your kid.
It's my kid. I know.
Right. So that's why I'm like, dude, you're not really showing that you care too much, or you just know something you just don't tell them.
No, it's not that. It's just
dude, if my kid was missing for fucking 2 years, like I'd be the first one to start kicking doors down. And I think if you knew somebody hurt your kid, you'd be fucking ripping their head off.
Right. That's why I'm saying, like, up until right now, I had no idea she was missing. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, it just doesn't make sense to anybody. Like, my mind is exploding. So we just got people pointing fingers at each other. You know what I mean? So it doesn't make any sense. And who I feel bad for is your daughter. Maybe with a family friend, maybe not. I don't know. These are the things that I don't know. She should be in school. She's not. Nobody knows. You find that weird?
Oh yeah, of course it's weird. All right, well, I have nothing else to say. I told you everything else that I knew, man. Like, I have nothing else to say.
But why at first did you tell me you didn't like knowing? Because all you had to tell me when you first rolled up was like, hey, you spoke to their mom.
Yeah, well, because the way you rolled up and you said...
I just walked up to you and like, hey, what's up, man?
Yeah.
So don't tell me I rolled up to you.
But I said I had nothing to say. All right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
I didn't roll up to you like an asshole.
No, you didn't.
Right?
No.
You talking about these other guys? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. But like I said, they don't know you. I kind of know you from the time we had that one time.
Yeah.
Just a lot of snow up in me. A lot of snow up there.
Yeah. Yeah. More than here. Yeah.
Can you touch base into my partner?
All right.
Just give me a second. Try to get you out of here.
So then now that you know your daughter's missing, how can you help?
I don't know.
Like, what can you do that you can help us find her?
What the hell can I do?
I don't know. Is she with Aunt Jane? Is she
I don't know.
underwater somewhere? You know what I mean? We gotta.
You're Adam?
Yep.
Hey, so my name's Guy. I work with Female Division. So I'm sure they probably do this to that a little bit, but our concern right now is that no one's seen your older daughter. And we just can't figure out where she's at. And it's like, on one side of it, if we're able to figure out where she is, put eyes on her, this isn't like this suddenly it's not a criminal thing, and it's just to check the welfare and make sure that she's all good. And it's like you and Biomom can dash out whatever in the court system, like moving forward. Like it doesn't need to involve police. When we have a kid that's just like unaccounted for, and one person saying they haven't seen them, and then the bio dad saying like I don't know where they are, or I haven't seen them, or whatever, like go pound sand, that's where like it becomes like a missing person investigation. It becomes extremely concerning, and it becomes kind of a big mess, especially when you have a kid that's that young. So if you have any idea where we can just kind of dispel like, okay, she's here, she's okay.
I got nothing to say.
Okay. So then we've had a couple of these where like somebody says I have nothing to say, and then the child's dead, and it becomes a huge issue. So I mean, so
Okay. What are they talking to her about?
I mean, we just literally just want to.
Okay, but she don't know nothing.
Okay.
I've been with her for 2 months. They never even met my kid, so they're talking to her as a rebel.
Okay. We'll wrap up. We'll get you on your way. So literally, that's how you just want to leave it. You have nothing to say.
Yeah, I got nothing to say.
Okay, but you understand why we'd be concerned?
I'm concerned too. But I have nothing else to say.
But I mean, like, that's, as a parent, like, you know, I don't care if you hadn't seen the kid in 5 years, but somebody tells me that,
right up the
you know,
street
they
from that
don't know
cell
where my
phone.
kid's at, like, I'm going to be, like, jumping out of my skin with anxiety.
Yeah, no, I get it. Trust me, I get it. But
So, I mean, like, if you could point us in the right direction on, like, somebody to talk to from the correct period of time, like some confidant of your ex or some family member.
go.
Help us help her, man.
The only other person I knew she came up here to see her with one time was her cousin,
Who's that?
Danielle. I have no idea what her last name is. Talk to Crystal.
You know about how old is Danielle?
Probably my age, 30, 31.
She lives in Manchester?
No, she lives in Mass.
What city?
In Haverhill, I believe.
Um, what sort of time frame are we talking?
2 years ago.
When's the last time you spoke to Harmony or got some sort of update on it?
I already talked to him.
And I know I'm playing with a lot of names and
Yeah.
whatever. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. I mean, generally, you wouldn't see a bunch of police and detectives and stuff if there wasn't something that we were really concerned about.
I get that.
If you needed to reach you, just so that if there's an update on something, if you found this, is there any?
My wife at the shelter. I don't have my phone right now.
Whose phone is in the back seat?
It doesn't work.
Okay.
Okay. What about like emails? Like, do you check that every so often?
I could, but I go through my wife to do it anyway. Use the phone.
Okay. What would your email address be? Because if we had some updates, we just wanted to be like, hey, this is what's going on.
Give me
Sure, please.
AAY
Talking
JOJO 9009 at gmail.com.
Do you use just hers, or do you have one of your own?
That one is mine.
K009 at Gmail?
Yeah.
That would be the best way if we had an update, hey, what's going on.
Yeah.
Because it would be like at a Manchester NH.gov email address. You guys don't use like that. You could even like do some detective phones you could like text on or something like that.
We don't have a phone. That's why we bought that one. We just bought that one up in Maine a couple of days ago. It won't activate. For some reason, there's something wrong with it. They scanned the box wrong. They did something wrong. It won't activate.
Do you know the number for that one?
It won't activate. So there is no number.
So you never actually.
No.
What was the number that you were using prior to that? The last like phone number that you actually had.
261
Yep.
4165.
How long ago was that?
Last month. 2 weeks.
long do you have that?
6 months.
Is that yours or hers?
That one's mine.
How do you like Metro?
It's not bad.
Is that cheaper than the other ones there? Like AT&T and Verizon and stuff?
They gave me a free phone, $400 phone. They gave me like $50 a month. It's bad, it's $50 a month.
They come back to Peter and collect the there and have a look at.
Anything else at all that you could think of that might be able to help us with this?
No.
And help us help Harmony.
I know I know Crystal's got a sister, twin sister. Like, I don't know.
What's the deal with Crystal? Like, is she kind of messed up at one point?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the deal with her sister?
Her sister was messed up at one point too. Years and years ago, I heard she's doing good and she lives up here somewhere.
Up in New Hampshire?
Yeah, New Hampshire.
Do you know what the sister's name is?
Ricky.
Brittany? You said a twin?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else like on her side of the family that you think would be like more in the loop? Did she have like a relationship? Told her mom everything, told her dad everything, told her
Her
cousin
mom
everything.
passed away. Maybe her dad.
Did you know the dad at all?
No.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, like I'm kind of sensitive to these because the last one of these that I would like spent days trying to track someone down that ended up not being alive, after not being insane.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
So
horrible.
it's just a matter of, for me, it's like these are easy when we would put eyes and see.
Right.
It's real simple. Hey,
Validated,
okay,
brother.
this is whatever. She goes to school. She's all good. It's like no longer involves the police. It's it's good luck. Social service thing.
Right.
No, unfortunately, it's like the world's just fucking twisted right now with some of the stuff that comes in.
Yeah, it's out of control.
She's saying you guys have to do like sober program. How long have you been sober?
8 months.
It's great. And where'd you grow up?
Yeah.
Same here, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what it is in the water down there, but it's like there's been so little success rate. We're on the Vegas go.
So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Went to Beach Lawn.
Yeah.
It's funny, like, I remember hearing stories that Beach Lawn, I guess, tried to secede at some point.
Yeah.
Trying to be like fucking, trying to be their own.
Everyone said it. Yeah.
You go to Revere High?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what year did you graduate? Or did you end up finishing?
No, I didn't finish, but 08.
Oh, wait. You're quite a bit younger than me. I was 90.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, my brothers and stuff were really younger. I was over on like the Chelsea
Yeah.
down the street from that track there.
Oh yeah. All right. Go to Dolly's.
Yeah. So like if you know where like Washington
Washington
Ave, like up here, yeah, I grew up like down on like that little area like there.
Oh man, that's good.
Small world. Everyone goes and moves up to southern New Hampshire.
They do.
It's pretty good living up here.
Yeah, it is.
Definitely. I mean, dude, like to this day, like, just all my friends from high school are fucking dead or.
Yeah, mine too.
It's really nice. Minus the mirror in my graduating class. So at least we got one success story.
Yeah.
So she literally job Harmony and then I know you've repeated this already, like you've already unfolded them, but like, I'm just trying to like wrap my head. So like Why would she like be calling concerned now?
I have no idea.
We're probably wrapping up with you for a bit. I'm trying to
Start, all right? Just give me a call. If everything works out, but did you understand my concern? Like, I want to find your daughter and make sure she's okay.
Absolutely.
If you know of any spots where she might be,
The only thing I thought about and I told him was Crystal came up here a month prior to Thanksgiving time to visit her on Golden Street, and I know her cousin came out for her. The only other person that I can think of that she would talk to.
That's wonderful if you need it.
All right.
Like, I mean, dude, literally, if you hear of anything at all, email one or both of us, just so we have like some sort of direction, because I mean, right now we're just kind of a little lost.
All right.
And the longer that this stuff goes on, the longer it gets to the point where it's like, we don't want this to turn into like fucking Amber Alerts and weird national broadcasts and stuff, because then it's just a big old mess.
Right.
I don't know. What happened to you?
Thank you so much.
take care.
41 on duty.
Hold on.
For what reason?
We'll get that to you in a second.
Could I smoke a cigarette here before I'm detained? Can you give me a second?
Man, try like 14 hands for me, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I just check your pockets, man?
No, go ahead, buddy.
Wait, man, you got a lighter on you? You don't? Bro, you got a lighter on you? You got a lighter on you? No? Alright. If I get someone with a lighter, I'll get you a smoke, right?
There's no lighter right there on the ground.
I'll explain it to you in a second, right, bro?
I'm being arrested.
We're still figuring that out right now, right?
Hey, beer. Get my car out of the road. Alright. I got you.
Just hold still. I see it. Just hold still.
Yep, no problem.
Alright, they saw you being audio visually recorded?
Yeah.
Alright,
that's
man.
fine.
Some detectives want to speak with you. You're just being detained at this point.
All right,
I'm not arresting you at this
okay,
point.
but they already spoke with me this morning.
You're being detained.
Being detained, like, they already spoke with me.
I'm just telling you, you're being detained right now. So go ahead.
Go that again. Detectives are inbound at your location.
I gotta be.
You're being detained so they can check your paperwork.
That's fine, but I gotta be in custody.
Well, initially they stop you. They just do that for safety, right? That's what the detainment part is. Once they determine you're safe, I'll.
No problem.
You said you had a needle on you?
I did.
Stuff like that with weapons, like, we just gotta be extra careful.
No, I get that. I understand that, but no, trust me, guys. I get that 100%. But it's a little excessive. Come on, I don't have nothing on me, but I've been cooperative with you guys. I would tell you. Yep.
Spread your feet. Yep.
I don't have anything.
No, it's a. I want to tell you anything of the thing. It's the health problem with the contract. Yeah, so it's something they just had to do with DCYF. Yeah, I know what else.
What's going on, man?
Yeah, well, right, full on.
Sorry, I'll just tell you. It made it sound like a roll call we were needing for it.
Really?
Yeah. So I think miscommunication.
Thank you. I know you guys are doing your job and shit. Like I'm really not being aggressive or anything, but like this is a little excessive. Just some papers.
No, man, just grab your stuff off. We'll get you off now. It should be all fucking embarrassed. I'm standing out here with you. Let me see that needle real quick.
Yeah.
I just don't want to break it open. I'll put it right here next right here.
All right.
You can actually come stand over here.
It's all right. I don't think you're doing nothing crazy.
So we're just gonna hang with you till they can get out here and explain to you the paperwork.
So can I ask you a question like that?
You can ask them right from the horse's mouth too when they get here. I think that same detective that talked to you this morning is gonna be the one that comes here.
All right.
To speak with you.
Yep.
You do this. I'm gonna hang here for a second until they get in, but they're gonna
Please, not this. No, I'm working.
Yeah.
No, this is game one. Yeah. I don't know.
You take
Just shadow.
I'm gonna, yeah, so I think it's second doesn't become.
Well, they told us how to roll.
Thank you,
They need
John.
for a takedown right now.
Yeah, John.
So they were like, I was like walking the call. Go. Like, and so I hear you guys are raving. I'm like, fuck, we're late. So I'm trying to. We all were late. So I'm like trying to catch up to you guys and like get back off.
Oh, that was you guys? Oh, they were yelling at me.
Sorry, I got you yelled at.
It's alright.
Not a little overboard. All the guys. Like I'm just. No.
What was that?
All the same. It's not overboard. Like all the police for like one person. I was walking.
It looks like a lot. A lot of these cars are two-man cars.
Alright.
So each car, you know, there might be 3 or 4 cars here, but two men per car. So they ride together, we ride together. So we only count as one, half a person each. I'll get on your shoulders, then we'll be one full person. It works. Yeah, trench coat. Do like the old movie theater trick.
I get to grab my hat. You should. You should need it. Hey, take your phone.
Do you have a cell phone on you? Yeah, I'm just gonna I'm gonna have him hold it for a second just till the detective gets here. This might be being, did you call, so this is all.
You're on channel 5.
What's this red light? Is it dying or?
Yeah, it's dying.
Oh, okay.
And that's not my phone.
It's not?
Oh, it's not yours, you're just using it? Who is it?
It's my friend.
Your friend? Who's your friend? Okay, I'll let him talk to you about that. I mean, this is his thing or whatever. I'll let him talk to you about it. Just give me 2 minutes. Bear with me. But he'll give you all the fucking. Yeah. What the bars? Bars? What you need, pal?
Oh, I was just seeing where it went. He took the phone and said he.
Yeah, he's still like back. They feel you're being arguably recorded.
Yeah.
All right,
that's
man.
fine.
Some detectives want to speak with you. You're just being detained at this point.
All right.
I'm not arresting you at this
Okay,
point.
but they already spoke with me this morning.
You're being detained.
I'm being detained, like, they already spoke with me.
I'm just telling you, you're being detained right now. Sorry, go ahead again. You're being detained. You're being detained so they can serve you some paperwork. At this point, that's what it is.
That's fine, but I gotta be in custody.
Well, initially they stop you. They just do that for safety, right? That's what the detainment part is. Once they determine you're safe, I'll uncuff you.
No problem.
I have an issue with that.
So, man, you said you had a needle on you.
I did.
Stuff like that with weapons, like you just got to be extra careful.
No, I get that. I understand that. But no, trust me, guys. I get that 100%. But this is a little excessive. Come on, I don't have nothing on me, but I don't go up, guys. I would tell you.
Find that rig, Zach. Just out of curiosity.
No, it's it's something they just have to do with and see why after.
Yeah. What's going on, man?
Yeah, we'll probably pull on.
Sorry about that, dude. They made it sound like a roll call we were needing for a team.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, listen, I know you
Hey,
guys.
you can grab your stuff.
Thank you. I know you guys are doing your job and shit. Like, I'm really not being aggressive or anything, but like, this isn't a little excessive over just some papers.
No, man, just grab your stuff. I'll explain it to you in a second. We'll get you off. I don't want you to be all fucking embarrassed with us standing out here with you. Let me see that needle real quick.
Yeah.
I just don't want anybody to get poked with it. Right? I'll put it right here next to, right here.
All right.
You can actually come stand over me.
It's all right. I don't think you're doing nothing crazy.
So we're just gonna hang with you till they can get out here and explain to you the paperwork.
So can I ask you a question? Like, I spoke to them this morning. This is what it's
You
all
can ask them
about.
right from the horse's mouth too when they get here. I think that same detective that talked to you this morning is going to be the one that comes here to speak with you.
Yeah.
These dudes are basically just going to hang with you for a second until they get it, but they're coming to Ripley Station right down the road.
No,
right? You know where it is, right?
Yeah.
So you should be here in a minute.
All right. Let's go.
You guys could hang here for a second?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, guys.
You taking off?
I'm going to leave, yeah. So I think it's Detective Dunleavy's coming to speak with you. Talk to him, okay? Thank you, brother.
John?
Jack, yeah. Yeah, John. I think it goes with John, yeah. You ready?
Stop recording.
Hey, Beard, I'm gonna hold him. I'm gonna get my car out of the road.
All right. Okay. They already spoke with me this morning. You're being detained. Like, they already spoke with me.
I'm just telling you, you're being detained right now. Sir, go ahead.
Go ahead again. Detectives are inbound at your location.
You're being detained so they can serve you some paperwork. At this point, that's what it is.
That's fine, but I gotta be in custody.
Well, initially they stop you. They just for safety, right? That's what the detainment part is. Once they determine you're safe, I'll uncuff you. I don't have an issue with that.
You said you had a needle on you.
I did.
Stuff like that with weapons, like we just got to be extra careful.
No, I get that. I understand that, but no, trust me, guys. I get that 100%.
Come on, hey, let's go. In the middle of the road, guys. Come on, let's go.
What's up, dude? I'm not sure. Damn camera didn't want to work and it jumped out of the car. Turned out it was off. Yeah. Dude,
We had 2 cars.
for like the 20 minutes I was here with you guys, I was just like, holy, how are these guys doing this shit? I was getting exasperated. Sardo called me, he's like, where are you? I'm like, figure it out.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry, I'll just talk to you. Listen, I
know you can grab your stuff. Thank you. I know you guys are doing your job and shit. Like I'm really not being aggressive or anything, but like this isn't a little accessible, but just some papers.
No, man, just grab your stuff. I'll explain it to you in a second. We'll get you off. I don't want you to be all fucking embarrassed with us going out here. Let me see that. Can you go really quick? Yeah. I just don't want to play.
What is the address to your emergency?
4th Street, Laundromat. What's the problem?
I've been abducted.
Who abducted you?
Sean, great.
Where's she at now?
Asleep.
Where's she sleeping at?
In the bedroom. Please hurry.
Does he have a weapon?
He's got a taser.
Are you tied up now?
Yeah, but I kind of freed myself. Are they on the way?
Yeah, we have officers we're sending.
All right, you good? All right, where were we? You tell me about how you met Lori.
Cross center.
How long ago?
About 2 months ago.
Okay. What were you doing there?
They do serve lunch every day. It's a Monday through Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I met her there. About 2 months ago. But when I first got to Ashland.
Where are you from?
Came from Mansfield.
Okay.
Child support issue there. I ran. It's just been a headache.
What, you ran from the court over there?
I ran on the
Because you have money. Well, what's the deal with, so you're living where? There on Covert? Since you've been here?
Maybe about a month.
But you've been living there in Covert?
Is that the
Covert? Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you were at this morning?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Whose house is it?
I'm not too sure.
So you just like squatting in there?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Right. I appreciate your honesty. Okay. This is kind of the steps that we need to take here. You know, you're being honest with me now.
Yeah.
Keep up the honesty and everything's going to go all right, okay? So how did you end up with Lori today?
Well, we've been talking about marriage and stuff like that. Getting really close.
Okay.
We were both maybe getting cold feet. I'm not too sure. But yeah, I'm for it. Like the cold feet from her, you know what I mean? It's like she'll push me away. Then we get things back alright, and then you know, it's like the cold feet in the air. It's like so it's like complications again. And so many complications. And then she talked about this guy named Daniel, and I just lost it.
When was she talking about the guy named Daniel?
That's about 5 years older, like a 5-year past relationship.
That she had?
Yeah, she's like, oh, I'm gonna wait for Daniel. Now, like she's just gonna like say all that she's been saying and then out of the blue, just bring up another guy, just try to make me back away or something. I'm not too sure what she was thinking. She's in doubt about marrying me pretty much.
Okay, but how long have you been with her? Like, today, how long has she been in that house with you?
24 hours.
Okay. Where did you meet her to bring her back to the house?
Her place.
Where does she live?
Listen, I don't know what the apartments are called. Right off Main, down past the bridge. Over there. There's a church over there.
Oh, Holbrook. Stony Creek, the apartment back in there?
I think there might be Stony Creek.
Yeah, I think that's where you're talking about. So how did you get there? I mean, how do you get there to her apartment, okay? And then you take her where?
We walked around. We went back to where I was staying.
Okay.
And, they were fooling around a little bit, and then things got carried away.
Explain carried away.
Like, no, don't, you know what I mean? We're not ready for that. We've dealt with that before.
She's saying?
Yeah.
Now, what's she meaning when she's saying that?
What?
When she says no, what's she talking about?
Oh, she didn't really say no. She's like, I'll stop it. You know, we don't do this. We don't fool around because we're always marriage.
You don't fool around. You're talking intercourse.
Anything.
Anything. Okay. All right.
No kissing or anything. I just, what I do is give her a little tap on the back, you know, just conversations we have. I know it was like a nice conversation and stuff.
So you guys have sex?
Yeah, we ended up having sex.
Against her will?
Well, it ended up she didn't like it and she was really beating herself up about it. The sex part.
Mm-hmm.
So
it looks like you might have hit her a couple times.
I did because I lost control. And I do.
Well, let's explore that. Okay.
So,
why did you lose control?
A lot of it's that she marry me, and she won't marry me. You know, it's like this is it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of leading and going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I didn't just out with her. I still would maybe snap or put me out of my character.
Where'd you hit her? Yeah, she's got a fat lip.
Yeah. That's where I got that from.
From punching her?
Not like her too.
Oh.
Tattoo got me.
Okay.
Yeah. Her two tattoos got me.
So when did this happen?
About 24 hours ago.
Okay. And you were in the middle of sex when you punched her?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, we were sex with our fight and everything, and we made up. We had sex.
After you punched her?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you know, we talked about honesty earlier. Okay? I mean, she's saying that she didn't want to have sex and that you punched her.
She may not have wanted to have sex, like, afterwards.
After what?
After I hit her.
How many times did you have sex?
It ended up being a few times within 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it will.
Now, she's saying that she's been with you since Sunday. Do you know what today is?
Monday.
Today's Tuesday.
It's
So
Tuesday.
if you thought it was
Sunday evening.
Okay, so we're talking over 24 hours then that you've been with her, right?
Yeah, times and stuff in sleep.
So you've been with her since Sunday evening?
Yeah, Sunday evening.
Okay. Can you tie down a time when you guys got together?
6 o'clock probably in the evening.
Okay. Go straight to the apartment. She's saying you tied her down to a bed. I mean, what's the deal with all the straps on the mattresses?
I did tie her down. I abducted her.
You abducted her?
Yes.
Explain that.
Tired games trying to get down to if she's going to marry me or not.
So you just held her there because you wanted to find out if she was going to marry you?
A lot of questions and stuff, and yeah, it's very nightmare. Couldn't imagine her.
You just wanted to make sure she didn't get away because you wanted her?
No.
What? Explain.
I just wanted her to relax, spend some time with me.
Well, it's kind of hard for somebody to relax if you're tying them down, don't you think?
Yeah.
So how long was she tied down?
Not long.
How'd she get out? Or out from the ties?
I untied her. She said for like last night. I tied her legs down just a little bit.
So you tied her down at least twice?
Yeah, just kind of like just to slow her down because she's moving around a lot. Like just relax. I want to take you home here.
Well, how many times did you have sex with her when you tied her down?
I never had sex with her tied down.
Now, she's telling us something different. I mean,
She was never tied down, though, when I had sex with her. Honestly, she was untied.
okay. And where's this place at that she was tied down these couple times?
On the mattress.
Where's the mattress at in the house?
In the bedroom.
Where's the bedroom in the house?
Bathroom, kitchen, bedroom.
Is it first floor, second floor?
First floor.
Okay. You guys, did you go everywhere in the house?
Mm-hmm.
Have you been everywhere in the house? Upstairs?
A little bit. Well, it's hard to get in. It's like locked upstairs.
Hard to get in, but you did get in.
Yeah, I got in.
How'd you get in?
So I wiggled the lock. It took a long time to wiggle the lock. I ended up getting in.
Is that the same way you got into the house in the first place?
I broke the side window out.
And then went in through the window?
Unlocked the door and went in.
Okay. Side windows on the door or in the house?
Side door window.
Okay. All right. So.
I didn't have sex with her tied up. So.
Okay. Well, that's.
I mean, just,
you know, I'm glad you're telling me, but you still did. I mean, you told me you abducted her. What does that mean to you?
You didn't care about her.
Abducting somebody means that you care about her?
Yeah, in this situation, get her out of her apartment.
Why do you have to get her out of her apartment?
Just stay in, hide.
Does she live with anybody?
Stays in and hides. Behind the Bible all the time.
Are you religious?
Yeah, I believe in Jesus Christ, died for our sins.
So she's pretty religious?
Mm-hmm.
How many times do you think you had sex with her?
Her may seem like a lot, but it lasted a long time.
Did you ejaculate inside of her?
No.
Did you use any condoms?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you ejaculate?
In her mouth once. That was it. It only came once. You know what I mean? I did.
Okay. Okay. Who else do you know here in Ashland?
John, big guy.
John, eh?
I don't know their last name. But I know them. They like to go to food pantries and stuff.
Where's John live?
On 10th Street. 10th Street.
Who else do you know from
there.
the apartment complex that Lori lives in?
Oh, just her. Pretty much.
Pretty much. Who else do you know?
That John guy. I haven't seen him though.
He lives there?
Oh, no, different. John. This John lives below Lori. And I seen him uptown once. And I seen him there, and that's how I know him.
You know his last name?
Nobody just chases Pokemon.
Oh, is that what he does?
Yeah, I seen him uptown, and I seen him there at Lori's. And that's when I talked to him. That's when I see him again at Lori's. I was like, oh, hey, I see you uptown.
You know, how many of Lori's friends do you know?
That's just from the other day.
Who's that?
Maybe Susan, I think it was. Or Lori. No, maybe Anna. The old lady, she just picked us up the other day, walking back from Walmart.
Now, patrol guys are saying you know Elizabeth.
Met her one time outside. I guess I did. Well, I talked to a few people out there, but that was just like a moment. Playing some badminton. Lori and I was playing badminton, and Elizabeth come outside, talked to us.
Describe Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, she had like blonde hair, big blonde hair, big girl.
Okay. Do you know her last name?
No.
Griffith? Sound familiar? When did you see her? When did you meet her?
She was been about 2 months ago when I first seen her, talking to her at the yard, playing badminton with Lori.
Mm-hmm.
And then we played badminton again.
Police in Portland, Oregon need your help identifying 2 suspects who they say rammed a van into a convenience store, all to steal an ATM machine. But that's not all. Surveillance photos later show the machine catching on fire when the suspects attempt to open it with a blowtorch. Let's start from the beginning. It happened on November 28th at about 4:30 in the morning near the city's south side. Security video shows a white van backing into the Fast Track Fuel Mart, breaking through the windows. After that, 2 suspects get out and begin moving around the debris. Soon it becomes clear the pair have their eyes on the ATM machine. The suspects then take the machine out of the store and drive off. Separate security camera video of the van after the break-in shows them about a mile away in a parking lot. Pictures show flames and smoke coming from inside the van as the suspects attempted to use a blowtorch to open it. Anyone with more information about the incident or the 2 suspects involved is asked to contact the Portland, Oregon Police Department at 503-823-3408. For the latest developments in this case and all things true crime, stay with Law&Crime Network. I'm Sierra Gillespie.
Not like that. How?
Oh, I don't see her like that. Hooking up with her.
How do you see her?
Trying to find her way.
What do you mean?
I mean, just trying to, I don't know. She talks constantly, just for like the 5 minutes while I'm that busy.
What she talks about?
The men's hospital and stuff that she's dealing with.
Yeah, she had some issues. She's missing.
That's what I heard.
How'd you hear that?
Through Tracy at the Croc Center. Tracy.
Mm-hmm.
Through Lori.
Lori told you that?
Yeah. And her friend that we met the other day.
Who's the friend?
They named Sue. Lori knows. Lori knows because she picked us up and gave us a ride yesterday.
Okay. What did Lori say about Elizabeth?
Just don't know.
Don't know what?
She's thinking that she's at the mental hospital somewhere.
Well, usually if that's the case, we can find that out pretty easily. So yeah, we don't think she's at the mental hospital. If you know where she's at, or if you've had any contact with her, just keeping along the same lines of being honest, this is when you need to tell me.
Yeah.
So, when was the last time you had contact with her?
I had no contact with her.
Because it kind of makes me wonder if, since Lori's talked about her and you've talked about her, if you haven't seen her since you've been missing. It kind of makes me wonder if you didn't have something to do with her being missing.
I understand. With the Lori situation.
Yeah, it kind of looks funny. Looks strange.
Where is she? You know what's going on?
No, I really don't. I'm hoping you can help me. Because if there's any kind of connection, with you and Lori and Elizabeth, it's very important that we find Elizabeth because she's got some psychological issues. She's got some health issues, some medical issues.
Oh, yeah.
So, if you were to know where she was, and we could find her, that would go a long way to helping.
Yeah.
You know where she's at?
Wish I could help. I don't know what to say right now.
Well, you could go by, you could start by just continuing to be honest. You told me that you considered yourself that you abducted Lori.
Mm-hmm.
Did you abduct Elizabeth the same way? No.
Two different people.
Well, I know they're two different people, but the circumstances are kind of the same. So how do you feel about what you did to Lori? What do you think should happen to you?
Screwed myself out of that key.
Why?
She said would forgive me.
Well, forgiveness is a big part of religion. That's what I'm saying. If you know anything about Elizabeth, then it's a perfect time for us to talk about it, get to the bottom of it, and see what we can salvage. I think it's very possible you have something to do with Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. Oh, I feel chill right now. So cold. I don't know. We're still trying to do it, Lori.
What?
I don't know. I'm confused about Elizabeth.
Well, I don't want to confuse you. But let's deal with Lori and put that to bed then, and then we'll move on. So what do you want to talk about with Lori still?
Just wondering what was going to go on, you know, and I know I'm just glad that, you know, she's okay.
Yeah, she's okay. I mean, she's mentally, you know, she's a little messed up. Physically, she's injured. I mean, you know, you've got the cut on your hand every once in a while. Well, she's got some bruises on her arms too. Where did you tie these straps to her arms, to her body?
Maybe
Where at? Point to your body where you tied straps.
well, I did this arm up through here, right?
You put her arm under there?
Yeah, put her arm under her leg.
Mm-hmm.
And then tied on her wrist to here.
With one of the straps? Describe the strap. What kind of strap was it?
Just a regular.
down, or is it just
Oh, no.
elastic? What is it?
Scarf.
It's a scarf?
Probably.
Oh, so it's a piece of clothing. Do you use any other pieces of clothing?
Whatever was around.
What was around?
Shirt.
Your shirts? Her shirts?
I didn't use no shirt. So I might have used a shirt.
What else was around that you used?
Yeah.
Shirts, scarves, anything else?
Mm-hmm.
So you tie her arm under her leg. Why that position?
One tie. She's unable to move.
Is she tied down to the mattress from the other side?
No, not until I had to leave.
So you left at some point. When was that?
About 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock.
AM or PM?
PM.
On Sunday or Monday?
Monday.
So when you left, you tied her down to the mattress. Why?
Just for cigarettes. I just left for cigarettes and came back and untied her.
But why did you tie her when you left?
So she wouldn't leave.
So she couldn't leave.
Yeah. Wasn't ready for her to leave.
Where did you walk to get cigarettes?
Dude.
What, Main at Union?
Main.
Was it the BP station there? What kind of cigarettes you smoke?
Marlboro Black. Well, I don't really try to smoke, but here and there.
So what cigarettes did you smoke when you went to Monday night to Duke?
Marlboro Black 100s.
You bought the Marlboro Black 100s? So when you come back, you untie her from the bed, but you keep her arm tied under her leg?
Mm-hmm. No.
Well,
And her ball.
when she gets there Sunday evening, at what point do you initially tie her up when she wants to leave? At what point does she want to leave and you tie her up?
I didn't tie her up at all. Pretty much, she just stood there with me.
On Sunday. Okay. But at some point, you said she wanted to leave, and you had to stop her from leaving. When did that happen?
Yeah, but I didn't tie her up. I just held her and just asked her to, like, just for us to hold each other.
Held her. What would describe the hold?
Just lay down and hold each other.
Just you mean hold her down on the mattress?
Chest right on my, she's her head on my chest and just right there. I mean, she might have probably been unwilling to do that.
Why would
I just wanted to hold her.
Okay, you wanted to hold her, but she didn't want to be held. Is that what you're saying?
She wanted to be held.
No, that's not what you just said. You said
But
that
she couldn't let it happen. But she wanted that.
you think she wanted it. She's told you she didn't want it. You admitted earlier she said she didn't want to have sex.
She said it's not right.
Okay, but that's telling you she doesn't want to have it, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not right.
But you didn't want to let her go, so you just hold her.
Mm-hmm.
When you say hold her, you're hugging her?
Actually, I didn't even do that.
What did you
Just sit down.
See, you're kind of all over the board here, dude. I mean, you told me that you held her.
I mean, I never held her and like restrained her.
At some point you did.
Well, at that point, at that first initial,
Okay.
at the very first time. Just stay here, relax. You know, I did joke about abduction, and then it ended up being abducted.
How do you joke about it?
So I should abduct you, keep you up, so you can stay with me for a few days.
And then it ended up happening that way. So at what point did you actually have to tie her down when she decided she wanted to leave?
Other than the time when I left, I tied her down.
Six ready. I'll be 10:35 with that vehicle. I'm going to be pulling into Julie's Boutique right here off of Main Street.
Hey, partner.
Hi.
Hey, I'm Officer Park with the Akron Police Department.
How are you?
The only reason why I'm pulling you over, I guess y'all were, well, that's my chief of police right there. He saw y'all go around traffic. He was trying to figure out who y'all are with or what was going on.
Okay.
So he called out on the radio and asked for a marked unit, and that's why I got you pulled over.
That's fine.
So, I'll just let him come over to you. Want to ask who y'all work for, Georgia Metropolitan?
Yeah, I'm off-duty hero operator.
Oh, off-duty hero operator?
How you doing, Chief? Hey. I'm off-duty operator. I just working off criminal detail. That's my ID. That's my badge. Yeah, I just work in the criminal detail. I went to get my car checked up because you can see all the lights on.
Why is the car registered to an individual?
That's mine. This is my company.
So what are you doing with all these red lights?
Sorry?
Why all this emergency lights? And did I see you using emergency lights to pull out into traffic on Lake Ackworth Drive?
Oh, no, because I couldn't get through, Chief. You notice? That's a standstill. So I flashed the lights hoping to see me that I was trying to get in the line.
Who do you work for?
This is my company. I'm an off-duty hero operator. This is my company.
Okay.
Yeah, I do criminal details. Yeah.
So you look like me, you're impersonating a police officer.
Oh, no, sir. I'm not impersonating, sir.
You got any ID on you?
Yes, sir. We look in the front. We look in the front.
Yes. I see red lights. I saw red lights when you pulled out.
Yeah, that's sir. That's when it activated to the back.
Yeah. Where's your ID?
Right, yes, Chief. Yeah.
Do you have a lighting permit for the vehicle?
Yeah, right down the glass.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Be right back with you, okay?
All right.
He's got a lighting permit on the... I'm just looking at this, sir. The lighting permit's good through December of this year. So I think it came back on him. You said that they said Mackey subject, correct, sir?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's see if they put it in there. They did. So what I'm wondering is, he has a Georgia DOT badge for a hero unit, which I didn't even know they issued badges.
Yeah, but what's he doing in these?
That's what I'm wondering. He said he had a funeral detail, so does he, I think that Georgia Metropolitan uniform he has on, he says, is his company. You ever heard of, there was a big stink, and it actually went on Dr. Phil. I can't remember the company's name, but there was an individual who got hemmed up on impersonation stuff, and he has an escort company with bikes, and they use like white and purple lights, and they're, you know, full, they have full Class A's for certain. It has a very much that feel to it, because he's saying funeral escort. And well, you're right about at least improper use. If he has a lighting permit for a company that does.
Yeah, he definitely used it. He was over there like at Ackworth Muffler, right there by that lower entrance to racetrack that goes down into the subdivision there. What's the name of it? The little gated subdivision where Brett North lives. So he was trying to turn, he was just trying to turn right on the Lake Ackworth Drive out of that Ackworth Muffler complex and turned on those lights to stop traffic so he could get out. Then he went flying up to the to Cherokee Street, turned left, got on the interstate, flew down southbound, got off at 92, came flying down Cowan Road at 57 miles an hour. If he works for DOT as a hero, I bet you they don't know he's out here flashing lights around acting like a police.
Yeah. And I'm curious too, I don't know how Georgia, that company that was famous for that incident, I think they're based out of Florida.
Yeah.
I don't know Georgia. I mean, you see like Collins Funeral and stuff, they have lighting permits, they use amber lights.
Yeah.
So, but he's, you know, not attached to a funeral home. He might be a private. What am I trying to say here? Independent contractor with his own company. So I don't know what I honestly don't know the regulations on what colors they're allowed to use and whatnot.
Yeah.
Be worth looking up. At least do this. Hey, Chief, what do you say that cross was where you saw him activate the lights on Lake Ackworth?
What's the name of the subdivision that the mayor was behind? Lake Ackworth Village. He was at the
Ackworth Muffler.
And he was wanting to turn right out onto 92 in that string of traffic there, and he turns on the lights to get out there.
Okay, so near Cherokee Street. I'll put that close to, where's Cherokee at? Cherokee, there we go. So that is roughly, about 300 feet.
He's got front windshield tinted and all windows are there. His front windshield's a tire tinted. It's awesome.
Has he got a gun on him too? The thing is so he has a lighting permit that's valid. He has a lighting permit that's valid for the vehicle to have the.
You can't have red though. You can't have red or blue, right?
That's what I'm curious about. If he has a company that does escorts, I'd have to look back in the law. I would assume it's amber and white.
Right.
But at the very least, from what Chief's saying, he's improperly using them. He's not on an escort.
Right.
He's just trying to cheat his way into traffic. Right. So at the very least, I have him on improper use of emergency equipment. 300 feet.
Speeding down Calvin Road.
Yeah. It's just I didn't, Chief didn't get me a number, so I don't know if he was pacing him.
Huh?
I don't think Chief was pacing him. He didn't tell me exactly how fast he was doing. He was just saying flying. Oh, he said 57? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
We can't pace in our cars, but we can it'll be too fast for conditions.
Okay.
It's red.
300 feet west.
Can't have red or blue, right?
Yeah. Let me, what OCGA? OCGA emergency lights? What the hell?
Do what?
Emergency lights. I'm trying to look it up real quick to see what. Let's see here. All emergency vehicles shall be designated as such as the Commissioner of Public Safety. All right, let's see here. Such permit shall be valid for 1 year from each date and insured. However, the permits of the vehicle belonging to federal, state, county, or municipal government agency shall be valid for 5 years. Any and all official marked law enforcement vehicles specified under 4891 should require to have a permit to use blue lights. Any and all fire department vehicles.
You can't have red at all unless you're stationary.
Go for 'em. Any and all fire department vehicles which are distinctly marked on each side shall not be required to have a permit to use red light. Any other ambulance code affection license shall be required to. Any and all ambulances as defined in Code Section 3111.2 licensed by the state shall be required to have a permit for the use of red lights.
You said Georgia, the K9 that has that white export that goes to the American Legion. You see where's a Georgia MES or
the commissioner shall
doing escorts.
The commissioner shall authorize the use of red or amber flashing or revolving lights only when the person or governmental agency shall demonstrate to the commissioner a proven need for equipping a vehicle with emergency lights. Authorize the use of red or amber. So I don't provided a county municipal agency as defined.
It's not an emergency permit.
He has a lighting permit, yeah.
But I think that's the one he has, because they're different colors, I think. The one he has is that you don't have to have a light or permit for white.
Yeah, not white. Amber you do. And that's what you see like tow trucks, funeral services, use amber.
Ring doorbell camera catches a police officer nearly crash a cruiser into a family standing on the front lawn. It happened on December 7th in Sunrise, Florida. Video shows a Coral Springs police officer veer into a front yard, coming within inches of a grandmother, 4 children, and a teenager. Local media outlets say that after that, the cruiser sped off. At the time, the kids were waiting outside for the school bus. Florida TV stations report the police vehicle slammed on its brakes to stop for a bus that was out of frame. After that, the vehicle swerved to avoid hitting another car. The Coral Springs Police Department says it was sent the video, meaning the officer behind the wheel did not self-report it. An investigation into the incident has since been opened. While the officer driving the squad car has not yet been identified publicly, the Coral Springs Police Chief released a statement saying in part, quote, "We were able to identify the officer who was driving the vehicle. That officer has been issued formal discipline." For the latest developments in this story and all things true crime, stay with Law&Crime Network. I'm Sierra Gillespie.
What's the code section for improper use? There's an unauthorized vehicle with red or amber lights, but he has the lighting permit, but I can't tell if that one's only for amber.
Yeah, but that's his personal car. It's not like a company car.
See, but what I was reading in the subsection, it leaves it kind of open, so it talks about red lights with ambulance and stuff, but then in subsection B of lighting, the commissioner shall authorize the use of red or flashing revolving lights only when the person governmental agency shall demonstrate to the commissioner a proven need for equipping vehicle lights. So it says person. So he has the lighting permit on the personal vehicle. This is what I was looking at. I went in the OCG, pulled up motor vehicles, traffic equipment of emergency lights. It talks about red in subsection B. It says, commissioner shall authorize the use of red or amber flashing lights or revolving. But I don't know if there's separate paperwork he has to show if the commissioner gave authorization for that vehicle. And I'm just finding which subsection is for the improper use of them. Because, of course, RMS doesn't have the exact OCGA name to it. Emergency. Fallen vehicle, unlawful. There we go. Unlawful operation emergency vehicle. Failed to secure. Let me make sure there's no like it right there. So, got that at least. This one's a curious one with lights and a lighting permit.
We got eating. Where's he live?
Go for him. It's shown off a spindle top. The 8.4.
I'd cite him for that.
Okay.
We'll turn it over to CID and let them work it a little more.
See if there's any tomfool going on.
I took a picture of his DOT ID.
Okay.
And so then nobody answered.
Gotcha.
So, we'll have to verify his influence, but then they know he's out here turning on red lights to move around on traffic lights.
He's got mag carriers on a belt. Is there? This really feels like that whole scenario I was telling you on TV.
This is police impersonation.
Did he mention what his company name was for the escorts?
Yeah, he's mentioned it a couple of times.
Or no, I'm sorry, it's Georgia Metropolitan. That's right, it's on his patch. Mr. Mackey, there's your ID back.
Thank you.
Look, given with all the lighting permit and stuff that I'm seeing, I'm just going to assume everything's properly permitted and stuff for the vehicle.
It is, sir.
That said, with what my chief's observation, you know, the use of those are for strictly business purposes. You can't be using it to pull in the traffic, okay?
Yes, sir.
So I am going to issue a citation for unlawful operation for emergency vehicle, okay? Just here.
I know, let me just talk to the chief real quick before, because I'm telling you how it's going to work. Even though I'm doing this on my private side, once I get this ticket, GDOT is going to ground me again. I'm going to get grounded. And that's why I'm trying to don't interfere my personal business with GDOT. Anytime they run a driver's license number, I'm going to get grounded. I asking the chief, please.
Hey, but you have to understand that this whole scenario is a big issue for us too, because the uniform and lights and all that.
No, I understand. The thing is, this is my company. I run my company respectfully. Okay. Because I deal with high clients. This is my uniform. Nothing on me say officer, nothing. This is my uniform.
I got you.
You understand? But please, I just want to talk to the chief. I know you're going to still do your job. I mean no harm. You can check me. My badge number is 44 as I run the express lanes.
Just hear me out.
I don't want to get grounded.
If the chief wants to argue, that's fine, but this is going to stand, all right? Just let me explain this. What I need you to do is sign here at the X. Signing is not an admission.
I know routines.
All right.
I'm a former police in the Bahamas. I know.
Okay. Do you need a pen? There you go.
Please, if I could.
Everything I point out to everyone else, auto-generated court date right now is showing for the 18th of August at 9 a.m. at our court. The address is right there on the back of your copy. This phone number right here is to the court services. Takes about 3 to 5 business days for the citation. Give them a call and they'll explain everything to you.
Okay.
Welcome to the Law and Crime Trial Network, everyone. I'm Michelle Yu, and thanks for joining us. I will be breaking down the latest legal news with the help of my expert guests for the next hour. And to start the show, we head to Los Angeles, California, where Canadian rapper Tory Lanez is standing trial for allegedly shooting fellow rapper Megan Thee Stallion in the foot. The shooting happened in the summer of 2020 after both rappers attended a party at Kylie Jenner's home. Lanez denied the shooting and pleaded not guilty to 3 separate felony charges stemming from the shooting. Megan Thee Stallion testified in the assault trial on Tuesday, and with that, our very own Law and Crime's senior reporter, Megan Cuniff, was there in that California courtroom. Megan, thank you so much for joining us. What is the latest out there?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Just about 10 minutes ago, Kelsey Harris, who is Megan Thee Stallion's former friend and really the main witness to what happened to that night, she walked into the courthouse because she's going to be back on the stand this morning. She started testifying yesterday, and the way the court operates in the judge's schedule, it's pretty unusual from other trials in that you only get about 2.5 hours, maybe 3 hours of testimony in a day. So while I think in other trials she would have definitely been on and off the stand yesterday, she is having to come back today for continued direct exam from the prosecutor, and it's a slow process, and she's denying that she ever saw Tory with the gun, which is a pretty key element of this. And she was actually granted immunity. She wanted to plead the fifth in her testimony, which would mean, she's not answering any questions. And the judge, in a hearing that we didn't see, he agreed that she can do that because a judge has to determine that you're actually facing criminal charges or a possible criminal penalty for your testimony. And he said that he did, and then the prosecutors granted her immunity. So she was testifying, but while she was testifying, she wanted to plead the fifth when she was asked about Tory threatening to shoot her in the car before the car stopped and Megan got out and was shot. And she really didn't want to answer that question. She did confirm that Tory did threaten to shoot her, but when the prosecutor asked what he said, she asked if she could plead the fifth, and they said no, that she can't. And that was just really hard for her, you could tell. She really struggled with saying anything incriminating about Tory or just trying to say anything about him in any way. But the prosecutor really over a kind of painful couple hours tried to kind of press her about the fact that she was very candid about this back in September in a recorded interview that, of course, they were able to play for the jury. And she sounds a lot more candid about the shooting, and she's talking about how she saw Tory doing the shooting. She wouldn't get into that on the stand.
Yeah, well, also on the stand making a lot of headlines is Megan Thee Stallion as she took the stand yesterday. What stood out to you about her testimony, Megan?
Yeah, she was very clear that she saw Tory shooting her. She said she heard him say, we've all heard it now, that he said, "Dance, bitch," and that she turned and saw him with the gun, and that it got really blurry after that. It's always been disputed whether he actually said that, and with so few witnesses, Kelsey's testimony is really key to that. But Megan also talked about how upset she is about the reaction to this within the hip-hop industry and the attempts by a lot of pretty powerful people to really villainize her and try to make Tory out to be the victim. And she just said that she doesn't understand why she's being asked about her sex life or how that's even relevant to anything. And I thought it was pretty compelling testimony, but it's just going to come up to, what else comes in and how does the jury react to it.
Well, I'm curious, what was Tory Lanez's demeanor during her testimony?
He was pretty laid back and kind of leaning in his chair and, a serious expression on his face. I didn't see too many overt reactions. Of course, the courtroom is so packed that it's kind of hard to see him from where he's down in the very corner. I'm not sure how much the jury can see him either, but he was definitely listening to it all. And what I really gathered was there were people in the gallery who were very interested in it, who were clearly on his side, because Kelsey would sometimes, and Megan, if they would say anything this way or the other, you could kind of tell just by like a click of the tongue or a reaction from someone sitting behind you, which side they were on in the whole thing. So it's interesting to me just how fiercely divided some people are on this.
Now, one question that a lot of people still want to know, Megan, is do you believe that the defense will still call Kylie Jenner to the stand?
Right now, that's still unclear. I still think that the way they've talked about the case and the way they've presented this to the jury, that right now, unless they can get some really concrete testimony from Kelsey about what happened at Kylie's house, they're going to need to call her, because this was addressed in direct exam yesterday. They said, Kelsey actually said that before they left, Megan had gone outside, and that would be to where the pool was, where Kylie and Tori were in the pool. And the story from Tori's lawyer is that Kylie and Tori were enjoying themselves in the pool, and Tori didn't really want to leave. He wanted to stay with Kylie, and that really made Megan upset. But Kelsey's testimony yesterday was that she didn't see the fight or the argument. She said fight or argument happened out there, but she didn't see it, so she doesn't know what happened. So I think we're going to be hearing a lot more about that this afternoon in cross-examination.
Do we expect Tory Lanez to take the stand in his own defense?
Right now, that's another thing that's still undecided, and I bet if you talk to his lawyer, they still haven't actually decided. But I think it's a real possibility, because he might just think that, he could get up there and maybe he can, tell his side of the story and really persuade the jury. It would be really risky. There would be a lot of things that he would have to talk about with his lawyer, because it's going to subject him to cross-examination, probably some pretty tough cross-examination from prosecutors. So it's just going to be, how comfortable does his lawyer feel with him being up there? But it's also going to be up to Tory to decide. The judge is going to have to eventually ask him point blank in the courtroom, do you want to testify? And to clarify that it's his own decision whether he testifies or not. So that should be pretty interesting when that happens.
Well, at this point, Megan, who has the bigger hurdle here, the defense or the prosecution?
Well, the hurdle is always on prosecutors, because they have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And, the jury is told that the defense doesn't even have to present on any case. It's not their burden of proof on anything. So just based on that, and just based on the jury instructions there, on paper, the burden is absolutely on prosecutors. But, I also think prosecutors feel confident about the evidence in the way it's coming in, and the fact that they have 12 people who really don't know anything about this, and, don't know the history between Kelsey and Megan, and haven't read all the blog coverage of this, and aren't entrenched in the drama. So that'll be pretty critical.
Well, Megan, we know this is a case that a lot of people are following. What is the atmosphere like inside and outside that courtroom these days?
It's definitely exciting. It's a little quieter outside right now, just because it's kind of the end of the week with Megan testifying, and then people had Kelsey up there yesterday. The crowd is smaller out here, but up in the courtroom, I'm sure it'll be packed, and they have to deal with the media line and the public line, because there's always some people hoping for a public seat. So it's still pretty busy up there for sure.
Well, Megan, before we let you go, what else can we expect from this trial? Is there anything else you want to tell our viewers that we haven't covered?
Yeah, I think we're going to be hearing from a doctor. I'm not sure it'll be the actual surgeon who operated on Megan's foot, because I think surgeons are typically busy being surgeons, and there are other people at the hospital who can go to court and testify about medical records and that kind of thing. And to me, as somebody who watched trials, that's a pretty basic witness and won't be a big deal. But I think to people who are really following this for years, it's a big thing, because I think there are still people who doubt that Megan was actually shot, and do wonder if this, is some kind of conspiracy against Tori. So I think the actual medical doctor will be big for some people, and I think it might throw some people off if it's not actually the surgeon. While people who cover courts all the time are going to understand that, I think some people are going to wonder why they don't have the actual surgeon up there. But we'll see how that goes.
All right, Megan Cuniff, I know there's a lot going on in that courtroom, so we're going to let you get back there and do your thing. We're going to check back in with you another time. And don't forget to follow Megan on social media, as she will be tweeting about this throughout the day and throughout the trial. But for now, I want to show you a special report from Law&Crime's Sierra Gillespie. Take a look.
A daring rescue caught on camera when a 21-year-old Army infantryman pulls an alleged drunk driver out of a burning vehicle.
Come on, baby.
It happened on December 2nd in El Paso, Texas. 21-year-old Alex Mayorga and his girlfriend Carla Araujo were out for a date when they noticed a vehicle swerving on the highway.
Yes, so we went out on a date night, and I needed to get gas, so I stopped by and got gas. And when I hopped back onto the highway, I noticed a vehicle swerving back and forth.
It was then that Mayorga remembered a key moment from his childhood.
I see my dad do it once, like a very long time ago, when we were on the highway, because I remember seeing a guy who's like swerving back and forth.
After that, Mayorga called 911 to report the erratic driver.
The guy's swerving all over the highway right now, and then I think he hit the mall too.
Oh my. After Mayorga gave the vehicle information to dispatch, he temporarily lost sight of it.
I gave him the information of the vehicle, and he just took off. He like started racing other people, so I lost him. And I got off the highway because we were gonna get food. And when we get off the highway, I ran back into him in the middle of the street. He was like parked.
Mayorga eventually saw the vehicle again stopped at an off-ramp. When the vehicle nearly hit his car, Mayorga had a feeling things could soon get worse.
And when I was seeing him coming up to the curb, I was thinking in my mind, you know, something's gonna happen. He's gonna hit his brakes and he's gonna stop, and I'm gonna go check up on him, see if he's good, or he's probably gonna get spooked and like get on the gas, and whatever happens is gonna happen. When he hit that curb, he got on the gas and he proceeded to take off like pretty quick. And that's when he went to the right side of the road, jumped up on the curb, hit a sign, and he hit the tree. And from there, that's when I seen the car go up in the air and roll over.
Arahu caught the entire incident on camera. What came next is a scene out of a superhero movie as Mayorga rushed to rescue the unconscious driver.
And so I was like, okay, I have to go help this dude now because I just witnessed this crash. When I came up to his car, when I was running towards his car, I noticed that it was on fire. That's when I thought in my mind, I was like, okay, now I got to help this dude, you know, a little quicker. Because, you know, his car's on fire. I'm not trying to get on fire. And I'm trying to get him out as quick as I can.
Mayorga tells me the driver gained consciousness mid-rescue before he was pulled to safety. Right now, his injuries are unknown, but he did have a message for Mayorga.
He just thanked me. He thanked me a lot.
Mayorga says he never thought twice about the rescue, saying his military background likely trained him for this high-stakes situation.
I'd rather go help this dude than just watch him just sit in this car that, you know, got mangled up. Because some people, like, they don't get to experience things like that a lot, or like very high adrenaline things, or like something that happens like very quick and you got to respond very quick to. Because I'm in the military, so like I'm kind of used to those things.
The El Paso Police Department says Mayorga will now receive its life-saving award.
I'm just glad that the dude's like good, because I have got in contact with him and I was like, okay, he's good. Like, that's all I needed.
For the latest developments in this story and all things true crime, stay with Law&Crime Network. I'm Sierra Gillespie.
Welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm Michelle Yu. We are in verdict watch for the trial of Texas versus Aaron Dean, where the jury has been out for over 11 hours now deliberating. The 38-year-old defendant is a former Fort Worth police officer charged in the shooting death of Atatiana Jefferson. The 28-year-old was shot by Dean on October 12, 2019 during an open structure call. The victim's neighbor called the police out of caution after seeing her front door open. When the police arrived unannounced, Jefferson reportedly saw a man standing outside her window and reached into her handbag to grab her gun. This is when Dean shot her through the window, and Dean did not announce or identify himself before the shooting. And the only witness to this crime was Jefferson's nephew, Zion, who was only 8 years old at the time, and his reports of whether his aunt had her gun raised or not have been mixed. While we wait for a verdict to come, let's take a look back at some of the last things the jury heard before starting their deliberations, starting with the prosecution's closing arguments here. This is Ashley Diener.
If you can't feel safe in your own home, where can we feel safe? When you think about your house, you think about safety. It's where you go to retreat, to get away from the world. It's where we grow up. It's where we have kids. It's where we mark on the inside of a doorway, and they've gotten taller and taller. It's where we make memories. That's why it's so sacred. That's why it's so important. How many of us during the Thanksgiving holiday were in our own kitchens celebrating with our family? Christmas, right now, how many of us right now have a Christmas tree in our living room? Why do we do that? Why do we put Christmas lights outside our house? Why do we decorate our homes? Because they're ours, right? Because they're so important. And today, that's exactly why this day is so important. Because the sanctity, the safety of our homes has been compromised by what he did. He took her away. 28 years old, the rest of her life at the hands of this defendant. The Fort Worth Police Department has good officers. In fact, I've worked with some of the best officers in the state in my career. I trust them with my family. They actually do serve and protect. They don't have preconceived notions about the East Side. They don't go to certain parts of town and say some deserve to be served and protected, but not others. Only the good parts. Only the parts of town that I want to go to. That's not how it works here. Because our community is all of us. And it was her too. And despite what he thought, when he went over to that house, it was a dope deal gone bad, a robbery, or a shooting, high crime area. This is a 28-year-old woman that was a daughter, a sister, an aunt, studying to be a doctor, taking care of her nephew. Yolanda, her mom, was a good person. Zion was a good person. James Smith still lives on the East Side. He's a good person. His family are good people. When you put on that badge and you put on that uniform, you say you're going to serve and protect us all. That means her too. And the Fort Worth Police Department, those officers that do serve and protect us and don't have those preconceived notions, that did a thorough investigation in this case, are ashamed that they ever called somebody like him a brother in blue. Because it means something when you put on a badge. It means you don't go to a house with a preconceived notion because you want to have that kind of power. Haven't we all met an officer that just likes being an officer a little too much? I've been pulled over by those guys before. Power hungry, tunnel vision, it's a little scary to me. Those people that we don't...
object to that being outside the record and an expression of the prosecutor's personal opinion, which is absolutely irrelevant to this jury.
Sustained. Stay within the record.
Ask the judge, ask you to instruct the jury to disregard the last comments of counsel.
The jury will disregard the last argument.
And throughout the course of their entire investigation, what did the Fort Worth Police Department determine? They talked to all of these witnesses. They looked at all of the evidence in this case. What you guys got over the last 2 weeks, that's what they had. Forensic interview from Zion, witness interviews, they talked to folks, the autopsy report, the photographs, the body camera video, frame by frame by frame, just like what we watched. They went through all of that and they determined it's murder. They issued an arrest warrant and a district judge signed saying this is murder. The question in this case has never been, is it murder? The question that they raised this week was, is it self-defense? Is it self-defense? And what's really important about the court's charge is this is the law that applies. We do not view it based on what he says and only what he says. A person doesn't get to harm another, get up on the stand and say, well, I was doing it in fear of my life. And we just let them go. We just take their word for it. Imagine that scenario. Imagine what would happen if that were the law. Then not one single person would ever be held responsible and accountable for what they do if they can just say it is, so it is. That's not the way that it works. What the law is, and what you guys have in front of you, is that it has to be a reasonable belief and immediately necessary. And so how do we define what's reasonable, right? That's also in your court charge. It's a belief that would be held by an ordinary and prudent person. All of you guys, with what he did out there, was that reasonable? Was that immediately necessary? And here's one very important part, and I can tell you right now, when they get up and talk, they don't want you to focus on this. This is the law. This is what we're charged. This is what we're bound by. Unlawful deadly force. Unlawful force. The only way that this conduct is justified by this defendant is if it's reasonable to all of you, what he did, immediately necessary, and the most important part is her, meaning Atatiana's, unlawful force towards him, or unlawful deadly force. The only way he is justified in his conduct is that it's to the degree the actor reasonably believes the deadly force is immediately necessary to protect the actor being the defendant, against the other person, Atatiana's use of unlawful deadly force. So think about that for a minute. What has been unlawful about what Atatiana did? We have not seen one shred of evidence that anything that Atatiana did was unlawful. In fact, we heard quite the opposite. You can be in your own home, owning a weapon, owning a gun, and you can protect yourself in your home. That's one of the most fundamental rights. That's the reason we all feel so safe. Atatiana Jefferson didn't commit any criminal act. by walking up to the window with her gun, thinking someone was outside. It's what many of us would do if we were in our house in the middle of the night in the back bedroom and we hear somebody outside. That's what you would expect us to do, to try to protect ourselves, and in this case, Zion as well. So there's not been any evidence to support anything that she did was unlawful. And you gotta have that. That's what the law says. And if you think about it, it makes sense in this case because she was in her own home. If we can't feel safe there, where in the world are we gonna feel safe? This defendant, when he put on this uniform, he has a tremendous amount of power, right? A tremendous amount of power. And when we talk about what's reasonable, when I talked earlier about the Fort Worth Police Department, when they went through and they did their thorough investigation of what happened out there, they considered all of what you guys have seen as well as the general orders. I put that in here too. You guys can ask for that. If you guys want to go through, you can ask for the general orders. You can see exactly what they say. It's not about what I say they say, or they say, or any kind of spin that the defendant wants to put on it when he took the stand. It's exactly what is written down. It's the very thing that the defense said in opening statement. They followed all the steps and procedures as you are supposed to. An open structure is a silent alarm, and he did everything right. That is what this Jay Coons got up here and said. He wouldn't agree with anything that we asked him, but that's the one thing he said. Everything he did was right. Well, that is not the case. Very first thing, officer receiving the call, that's him, right? He's the sheet officer. He's the main officer. He calls the shots. Step 2, B, all main exit ways should be guarded so as to prevent the escape of any defender. We start there and we fail, right? And that was one amongst the many, 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 many things that he did wrong, because it wasn't important to him to serve and protect that day. It was important for him to get there, get in the action. Power. It can corrupt certain people. Certain people don't need to wear a badge. Certain people do not need to have the power and the control if they do not respect the accountability. And in this case, the grade.
All right, joining me now to break down what we just saw and talk about this case, our trial attorney Wayne Dennison and civil rights attorney Joe Richardson. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me today. Wayne, I'm going to start with you. How convincing was the prosecutor to the jury, you think?
I thought the portion of her closing that dealt with the unlawful issue and the question of whether the victim had been unlawful in any way was quite persuasive. I thought it started in a way that was way too personal. I had been waiting with bated breath for when are we going to get this objection. Ultimately, we did get the objection. The objection was sustained, but she did bring it home, I think, pretty thoroughly with the focus on whether or not the victim had engaged in unlawful activity.
But here's the thing, Joe. What do you think is taking the jury so long? Why do you think they're struggling with this case right now?
I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to hang in there and have one person hang the jury on the most substantial charge. I think, convicting a police officer is not easy. Convicting someone should not be easy, okay? But that being said, there's still very much that went on that they acknowledge was wrong. He himself acknowledges it was bad police work. Question becomes, does police work, bad police work, amount to criminal liability? I agree with the point that was just made about how prosecutor did simplify it into whether this is unlawful, deadly force, this person in their own home using their gun. The defense doesn't want it to be that simple, but if it is that simple and the jury interprets it that way, then I think that they have a problem. But I am sure that I thought that throughout the presentation there was always the potential for the jury to hang, particularly on the most substantial charges, despite the fact that there was a lot done wrong here. So I imagine there's probably some holdouts, even if not just an outright disagreement about what ought to happen, and that it's more fractured and not just one or two people holding out or whatever else.
And as you guys can see on our screen there, it's 11 and a half plus hours now that they have been deliberating and counting. So it'll be interesting to see just how much longer before we reach a verdict. Thank you both for that insight. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick break here. But after the break, we're going to be taking a look at the defense closings. That's coming up on the other side. We're back in a moment. Welcome back to Law&Crime. I'm Michelle Yu. We're continuing a verdict watch for the Aaron Dean murder trial. The 38-year-old former Fort Worth police officer charged in the shooting death of Atatiana Jefferson. Now, the 28-year-old was shot by Dean on October 12th of 2019 during an open structure call. The victim's neighbor called the police out of caution after seeing her front door open. And when the police arrived unannounced, Jefferson reportedly saw a man standing outside her window. She then reached into her handbag to grab her gun around the same time that Dean shot her through that window. Dean did not announce or identify himself before the shooting. And the only witness to see this crime was Jefferson's nephew, Zion, who was only 8 years old at the time. And his reports of whether his aunt had her gun raised or not at the time of the shooting have been mixed. Now, before the break, we were taking a look at the prosecution's closing arguments, but for this segment, we turn to the defense. This is Bob Gill.
Mr. Gill. Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to first thank you for the time you've spent here the last week and a half, and all the attention you paid to this case. I mean, it's obvious to me, sitting over here on the other side of the courtroom, that you all take this case very seriously. You paid very close attention. You took a lot of notes. You're very involved in this case, and we appreciate it. Well, thank you for your service. On my behalf, co-counsel Miles, on behalf of Aaron, on behalf of his family. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your service. And I can tell you that it is a very humbling experience to stand up in front of you when you're about to judge my client and have a few minutes to address you and point out to you what I think is important about this case. And the first thing that's important about the case is this jury charge. And if the judge sets out the law that you'll follow during your deliberation. And one thing that the court's charge doesn't point out, that it's very obvious from everything we've heard in this courtroom this week, is this whole thing is a tragedy. And I'm not going to stand up in front of you and tell you it's not, because it is. It's a tragedy. It was a tragedy on October 12th. It was a tragedy on October 13th. And it's been a tragedy every day since then, and it will continue to be one. But a tragedy doesn't always equal a crime. It doesn't always equal a law violation. Because as the judge points out to you in this charge, and as the state pointed out to you during their opening argument, Atatiana Jefferson had the right to the sanctity of her home. She had the right to protect Zion. The prosecutor called it a fundamental right, even a sacred right. You know what that right is? That's the right of self-defense. And it's the right of defense of a third person, as the judge explains it to you in this charge. And those are fundamental and sacred rights that we have as citizens of the state of Texas. And the judge explains to you that Aaron Dean, as a citizen of the state of Texas, has a right to self-defense. He has a right to defend himself. He has the right to defend a third person, Carol Darch. He has those rights. And the rights we have as citizens, the right to protect ourselves, the right to protect in our home, Atatiana Jefferson's rights the night of October 12th of 2019, she had those rights up until the point she pointed a firearm at a Fort Worth police officer. Because we never, under the law, ever have the right to point a firearm at a uniformed police officer. The rights stop there. Because that conduct is a first-degree felony under the laws of the state of Texas. And it's a crime, and it's an unlawful act. The judge also tells you in this jury charge that even though Aaron has been arrested for this and charged and indicted, that is not any evidence of his guilt. That the standards for arresting someone and charging someone are very low. The standard of proof of beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest standard we have under our law. It doesn't take much to arrest or charge someone, but it takes a lot of evidence to convict someone, and that's the way our law ought to be. That's been our law from day one when this country was founded. When we passed a Constitution and a Bill of Rights, that's been our law. And it's been the law ever since, and it's the law today. So not only does the state have to convict a person of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, you heard from this jury charge that the state has to remove all doubt in your mind as to whether or not this was self-defense or defense of a third person. When the judge includes that in the jury charge, it's the state's burden beyond a reasonable doubt to disprove it. The state, in this case, has to prove beyond any and all reasonable doubt that Aaron Dean was not lawfully defending himself or lawfully defending Carol Darch. The judge also tells you in this jury charge that in answering the issues submitted to you, you must not be swayed by mere sentiment, conjecture, sympathy, passion, prejudice, prejudgment, public opinion, or public feelings. It's not your job as members of this community to see that one thing or another happens in this case. It's your decision as jurors based upon the law that the judge gives to you and the evidence that you've heard from that witness stand. There's no one else in this community other than you has heard what you have heard from this witness stand. You are the people that the community.
So if you're keeping count like we are, the jury has been deliberating for almost 12 hours now. Wayne, the longer we wait, what do you expect the outcome to be?
I think the longer we wait, the more likely it is that this jury is going to hang.
Well, I mean, Joe, you touched upon this as well. I mean, this is now 12 hours. Is this something that from other cases you've seen common, especially dealing with a police officer?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's never easy to convict a police officer. There are going to be some sentiments. I will say that even though the prosecutor always has the burden of proof, I think it's always a tough proposition as a defense lawyer when you have to remind the jury, effectively, you may not like to fine for my client, but you have to if you're following the law, right? Fine for him despite, not because, despite the fact that he's coming out and saying that what he did was bad police work. And if bad police work that leads to someone that was protecting their home gets them killed, is not criminal liability, then what is? And commonsensically, someone, as hard as it may be, someone on the jury has to be thinking that. But people will bring their own experiences, their own perspectives, et cetera, and they count on that on some level. It'll be interesting to see how it comes out. But I think to the point being made, the more time you take, the more you think that there's a possibility that the jury hangs.
All right, great analysis, guys. We're going to take another quick break here on Law and Crime, but don't go anywhere because we have an update in the death of Takeoff the Rapper next. Stay with us. Thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. For this segment, I want to discuss another prominent shooting in the music scene, this time leaving the victim dead. The alleged killer of Migos rapper Takeoff was in a Texas court yesterday to ask for a lower bail. Takeoff was shot outside a private party in Houston on November 1st, and this after a dice game reportedly led to a heated argument that ultimately led to the shooting. In yesterday's hearing, the accused killer, Patrick Clark, had his bond reduced from $2 million to $1 million. Clark's defense attorney argued that the original amount went against the Texas Constitution. And with that, I'm joined once again by trial attorney Wayne Dennison and civil rights attorney Joe Richardson. Thank you both for still being with me here. Gentlemen, do you think this man deserves any sort of bail? Joe, I'm going to start with you. And also, by the way, the family said, oh, well, you know, he has no money to pay. Well, I mean, $2 million, $1 million, I don't know how much money these people have. It's still a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. I mean, you know, the bail was reduced from $2 million to $1 million. It may be reduced further, but the judge wants to answer some questions. There seems to be some questions answered. There seems to be some discrepancies between whether, first of all, he says on the jailhouse phone that $2 million is no problem, but you know, there's a question as to whether or not he really knows what all that takes, what you have to put up from a collateral standpoint, how much money you have to come up with. And while on the one hand, it looks like he was trying to get an expedited passport, on the other hand, he's trying to rent an apartment, and a lot of this activity was going on before the shooting. So I think that there's a reasonable chance that the bail actually ends up getting extended further. In any event, this does not look like a murder one, cold-blooded killing, because if it was, it wouldn't be potentially reduced far below $1 million. So we'll have to see where it goes, but there's some conflicting information about whether he's a guy that's heading for the border literally, or whether he's someone that knows that he needs to stay around and would do so.
Well, Wayne, Clark's father even testified to his good character during the hearing. Was this a smart move for his defense?
They're trying to make clear that the defendant here is not a flight risk, and therefore, if not a flight risk, it's safe to reduce the bail to a number that the defendant can actually come up with. I mean, the request was for a bail to be reduced to $100,000. The judge rejected that. Clearly wants to know whether this defendant, first of all, has the money to cover the existing bail, and then secondly, whether this defendant is going to show up in court again in the event that he's permitted to have his freedom pending trial.
Now, Joe, is this clearly something you think worked if his bond was successfully lowered here?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be going in the right direction, and the judge has said that it sounds like that he's not closed to reducing it further based on the information he gets and how he feels about the flight risk situation. But this lends back to this larger discussion, right? Wherever one may be on it, the whole cash bail thing, you know, why is it that the ability to pay a certain amount of this or that actually has some kind of connection to, when it doesn't at all, how much a person is actually a risk based on the crime that they've laid out. What this basically means is that if I was somebody that allegedly killed somebody, but I could make the $2 million bond, we wouldn't even be having a discussion, and you and I wouldn't be talking about it on Law and Crime because I had the money. Should that necessarily be the most important thing? Probably not. You know, I don't necessarily purport to have all of the answers on all of it, but the larger discussion about the connection between danger and ability to pay is an interesting thing that we're going to still have to continue to wrestle with. But his father does seem to be kind of arguing for him, guaranteeing he'll show up to court, you know, those types of things, and we'll just have to see how it comes out.
Well, there was testimony about their financial situation to show that they could not afford bail. Wayne, is that usual in bond hearings like this?
Yeah, it's a pretty common argument. I mean, ultimately, the determination is to be made, how dangerous is this person, and whether the person, if freed, is going to show up for trial. And frankly, the issue of dangerousness, this is a crime that appears to have been at least potentially accidental, and what they were trying to do was establish through the parent that this was a reasonably good guy who you could count on to show up again when his trial date came around.
Joe, we have about a minute before we finish our broadcast here. What do you expect coming out of this trial? Do you expect any other twists and turns here?
You know, when there are stars involved, it always kind of seems to have twists and turns of its own, particularly with people having certain opinions. So you probably have full courtrooms, you probably have a lot of media coverage, some sensationalism, frankly, a little less sexism because there are men involved here, whereas the Megan Thee Stallion case, she's getting called out of her name because of this position she stands in. So there's some differences there, but we'll see. If there's a lot of gray area here, maybe there won't be a conviction.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your analysis and insight this afternoon. We hope to see you soon. Much appreciated. That'll do it for us. Thank you so much for watching. Much more child coverage is ahead here on Law&Crime. See you soon.
No. No. Nope.
Everybody have a seat, please, so we can get a head count. Please have a seat so we can get a head count. Work to a row, see to that, when you're full, then you're next door. It's full, and it's full, it's not negotiable, that's from the fire marshal. All right, so y'all have to, everybody, are we full?
We can do it real quick.
That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you want to do it at the bench? You ready? Court has received information from the jury that they have reached a verdict. Are both sides ready to receive the verdict?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes.
To members of the gallery, I have appreciated everything that you have done throughout this trial. We are at a point that a lot of people have been waiting for, but there can be nothing that occurs when I announce this verdict. I have no idea what the verdict is. There can be no outbursts. There can be no demonstrations. There can be no response in this courtroom. If you think you cannot control yourself, step outside and go next door. I will not hesitate to impose sanctions for people who violate this admonition. Does everyone understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's bring in the jury. Everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. Mr. Presiding Juror, it is my understanding that the jury has reached a verdict. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it a unanimous verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you'd hand it, please, to Deputy Nicholson. Mr. Dean, if you would stand. Oh, sorry about that. Verdict reads, we, the jury, find the defendant Aaron York Dean guilty of the offense of manslaughter as signed by the presiding juror. Does either side desire a poll?
State does not, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to call your juror number, okay? And the question I am going to ask you is this manslaughter verdict your individual verdict? Juror number 1, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 3, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 4, is this your verdict? Juror number 6, is this your verdict? Juror number 14, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 15, is this your verdict? Yes, Your Honor. Juror number 21, is this your verdict? I'm sorry? Okay. Juror number 31, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 32, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 37, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 38, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, your verdict will be received and filed, and I'm going to ask you to step back into the jury room for a few minutes. We are now back under the rules that we were under. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves because we will go into the punishment phase. I need to discuss with the lawyers timing on that. So give us just a few minutes and I'll be back in a few minutes. All rise. Everyone may be seated. I need to see the lady on the back row. Come up, please, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Can you tell me who you are, please, ma'am?
My name is Peyton Jackson.
And Ms. Jackson, was there a portion of my instructions that you did not understand?
No,
So why were you causing a ruckus at the end when I was talking to the jury?
I wasn't.
Well, it obviously was. You're not allowed to come. You need to talk to your client. Y'all need to talk. When y'all get to a point, let's talk in chambers. All right? Yes, sir. Thank you.